Hello there. How you guys doing? Happy Tuesday. Hope you all had a nice weekend. Like, uh, over here, let's say, people are very enthusiastic about sports ball. So, yeah. But, and the best part is that it seems the games are specifically on the weekends. So, yeah. It's gonna be a fun couple of weekends. Anyway, and there's also a heat wave coming in, so that is a great combination, I guess. At least for the types of people who really like to get drunk when it's warmer outside. So, yeah, hope that's all gonna go okay next weekend. Because I believe the next one is Saturday, which is also around the time the heat wave is supposed to be there, but it'll be fine. It'll be fine. Today's Tuesday, so Saturday is ages away. 4.5 degrees. I mean, that doesn't sound bad to me still, but I guess if you're not used to the temperature, that is when it starts feeling noticeably cold, because, like, that's not an uncommon temperature to set your fridge to. And I'd say, generally, people wouldn't feel very comfortable just climbing into their fridge and just sitting there for a while. So, yeah. You do need to dress for that weather, that's for sure. But yes. Yeah, regarding people visiting for the World Cup, sounds like there's plenty of people partying over there as well. But yeah, there's still people partying over here as well. So many bright orange things everywhere, like being sold everywhere, being like displayed everywhere. It's just a lot. But like supposedly the entire thing is just supposed to start like it's just supposed to last like a month or so. So we'll see. Hopefully things calm down again, but basically as long as the team is doing the sports ball, there's just a certain level of everything needs to be bright orange. So, have I gotten on an orange t-shirt? Technically, somewhere got a free one at some point. I don't know where it is. It's not exactly something I have any use for, but technically I do think I have one somewhere. But yeah, I have genuinely lost track of where it is. So, yeah. Yeah, the naming is also very strange. Because, like, uh, American football doesn't really involve that much. Like, it's not really a sphere, and there's not that much kicking involved from what I've seen. So, the naming discrepancies are strange to me. But yes, hand egg. Or at least that's what it seems like to somebody who does not understand the rules of that sport. So, yeah. But then again, like, basketball is also a bit of a weird name, because, like, if you're going by the naming convention of how you're moving the sphere is what matters, like, handball, football, sure. But basketball? It's not really played using baskets instead of hands. So, like, it just feels like they didn't quite stick to any specific theme for naming different types of sports. So, yeah. Well, even if it started with peach baskets as the goal, like, soccer, just calling it that for clarity's sake. That one's not called goal ball either. Or netball. It's not called that. So, it's just, yeah, it's a bit strange. Especially when there's several different sports that feel like they fit the description that some of those names provide. Because, like, handball, that's more than one sport. Like, ones that involve, like, moving a ball in a sportsy fashion with hands. Like, I guess volleyball, basketball, and probably a bunch of other ones. So, yeah, I clearly don't get it. But I'm also very much not a sports ball person, so yeah. My main contribution is that I'm very confused about it, and I don't get it. But there's also plenty of people who don't understand why watching people play video games is interesting, so yeah, I guess I'm just, well, experiencing the equivalent of that, but with, like, I don't see a point in watching sports ball. So, yeah. Either way. Yes, I would rather watch the lava lamp for, like, an hour or two. So, yeah. Oh, you're here only for the lava lamp and not for anything else. Fair enough. I mean, Violet and the lava lamp, they are basically this channel. I'm just, like, the background entertainment. So, yes. But either way. I'll be continuing RollerCoaster Tycoon 2 today. Last time I did manage to finish the map. I was working on the stream before as well. So that was the one where I needed to pay back the loan of the park and achieve a certain park value. And I did manage to do that on the second attempt, not on the first. So, yeah, got there in the end. And, yeah, the park I'll be starting today. It seems like the main description of the scenario is that it's on the grounds of a castle, and I'm supposed to turn it into a theme park. So, I'm very much intrigued. It might be difficult to build around the castle without accidentally destroying more of it than I would like, but I haven't actually seen the map yet, so yeah, let's just open up the game and we'll figure it out. No clue how many scenarios. Okay. Speaking of how many scenarios, so it seems in the beginner parks, like, that list isn't as long. So, 2 more to go other than the one I'm doing today. And then, well, a bunch in the challenging parks and expert parks. There's also the real parks section, but I'm not sure if I'd be doing that one. At least I didn't do it in the first game, so... like, in terms of feeling like I've completed this game, it would be more the beginner parks and then potentially trying the challenging parks and expert parks to see if there's any chance of me managing those. Because, I don't know. I definitely do not know. Because I think some of those are gonna be quite difficult with how much the beginner parks are already causing problems. So, yeah. Either way. So, you have inherited a large castle. Your job is to convert it into a small theme park. So, large castle, small theme park. I'm guessing they just mean castles are generally smaller than theme parks, which I guess is accurate enough. at least 1,500 guests in the park at the end of year 4 and a park rating of 600. So that just means at least that many guests, and don't trap them inside the park because they'll be angry. Okay. Actually inheriting a castle, well, from what I've heard about, like, people who inherited castles, a lot of it might sound more interesting in theory than it actually is. Because it seems like in reality, a lot of the time, it just means, like, technically you inherited it, but you're not allowed to change anything about it, and you do also need to renovate it, and renovations are really expensive because it's, like, a historic monument. So, yeah. From what I've heard, it is quite the headache. Yeah, also, cell reception, like, is there even electricity around? Sewage connection? So, and just a slowly disintegrating castle on its own doesn't really generate money. So, like, getting it to a point where you could, for example, like, turn it into a museum or something requires quite the budget, because you need to get it to not fall apart. Because if it collapses and there's people in there, you'll probably get in trouble for that. So, yeah. Okay. I don't have any personal experience with inheriting castles, but I've, like, heard of, like, people who, for whatever reason, are just distantly related to people who used to own a castle, and, like, yeah, who, because of that, know that technically owning a castle isn't all it's made out to be. Because, I mean, just because it's a castle doesn't mean it's in good shape. So the castle grounds aren't really that large. I don't know if I can expand at all. Let's see. Oh, yes. Here I'm actually allowed to buy land. That's a first. So, which one was which? Right, that's actually extending the land, so I can buy additional land at least. It's gonna be prohibitively expensive, but at least it's an option. I'm actually able to expand this way. No, just this way. Okay. So nothing near the gates, because I would have been a bit worried that that might mess things up. Like, if I expand the theme park in this direction, would the entrance gate need to move? I don't know. But apparently, I'm just not able to do that in the first place. Fine by me. So, see-through scenery? Okay, there. Now I can at least see what's going on in there. So, I mean, the walkway looks fine. I guess I could purposefully disconnect some parts of the walkway. So with the idea being that, like, from here, they'd have to go up onto the walkway, and then walk there, and then down here, instead of taking the shortcut down here. Just to have this actually be useful. Because otherwise I think it won't really be in use. And at that point, well, it'll just be kind of in the way. So, yeah. And I think I need to get rid of this. Yeah, no, I still haven't started the new poll. How dare I? I guess I could purposefully split the path here, because the staircase is already split. But is it really necessary, though? So I guess it would be probably like this staying connected, but then splitting it like along there, along there, along there. And then that way, if people want to leave, they just need to find the right path, but they should be able to. And it should hopefully not mess with the pathfinding too much. I guess, alternatively, I could also reduce the amount of path right there, and then widen the path right in front of the staircase. That could also work. Alright, so I just feel like the current layout is likely to cause some pathfinding problems. There. And over here, I'll do the split paths. Oh no, I think I deleted something. Yes, I did. Of course I did. Okay, I'm just gonna restart. Okay. Already failed at like my main goal for the park, which was to not destroy the castle by accident. Okay. It's just really difficult to navigate around all those trees. I guess I'll just have to delete the path this way, even if it takes longer. There. And then this path style. There. Okay. And then that should work for separating those paths. And I'll have them separate here. Okay. And then which fence looks the most fitting? I mean, that brick wall, that looks pretty good. Looks vaguely castle-y. There. Okay. And then I guess I could still connect the entrance area. It's gonna be difficult to even click on anything there. Like, there. No, wrong part of the footpath. It works perfectly. There. Got it. Technically, the park is now not connected to the outside anymore, so that works great, and there's no issues. Ever. See-through scenery. There, there. 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 Okay. Then hopefully I can put the path back. Yes. And then this section. Okay. Yes, that is connected the way I wanted it to be. And then these should stay nice and separate. Got it. All right, so I think this is going to be the way back. So I'll do see-through scenery again, otherwise I can't see what I'm doing. There, no entry, and here, no entry. All right, So now that should at least work. Now, I do think the path through the middle might need a similar treatment, but for now I might just disconnect it. I don't really need it at the moment, so I'll just do that. There, there, there. Yeah, doesn't need to go all the way back there anyway. All right, and then I really want to get rid of this giant footpath area, because that is bound to cause so many problems. I mean, it's already causing problems. There. I'll at least leave a path for that one guest who decided to make this process more difficult. Being very helpful. Come on, find your way out. Hope the other guests aren't gonna see this as an invitation to come to this part of the park while I'm doing construction here. Okay. Finally seems to be leaving. Ha. I win. Alright. So, I guess I don't really need the fence either. Just making some space so I can actually build stuff. Oh, wow. Speaking of building things, apparently we're gonna need an information desk. So, I guess the best place to put it would be on the entrance side of the path. So that should be right around here. So, is it available? Yes. I mean, I guess I can go here. Hope it'll work. And the umbrella price is not horrendous enough yet. So I'll fix that real quick. I mean, practically handing out free umbrellas otherwise. Need to set the price to maximum. There. Good. Then... free admission. Great. So it's another park where... well, getting the park to be profitable is going to be a challenge as well. Because, I mean... not much I can really do about it. At least not at this point. They're allowed to enter the park for free. And then all I can really do is sell them park maps and umbrellas. So, yeah. And indeed, that is the only shop, stall, coaster, any of those things. That's the only thing available. Just the one information kiosk. It's fine. It'll work. There. So I guess deleting the rest of that fence can wait for a bit. Do I want to put down another information desk somewhere? Maybe like around here somewhere? This feels like a good spot. There. Okay. So, that's a start. At least people can buy park maps. Then I guess this will be a good time to add some sort of very basic attraction. Preferably one with a roof. So I guess the merry-go-round might work. I mean, it's probably gonna stop raining before it's done, but the idea is there. Hello, how are you doing today? How is your stream? Thank you for the raid. There, entrance, exit. And I still need to build the queue. I guess green feels like a fitting color since it's in a very grassy area. There, just open it. There. It'll be perfect. There won't be any issues with the fact that there's nobody working in this park. And there's exactly one ride. Yep. Why would there ever be problems? Am I actually allowed to charge for ride tickets? Yes. Okay. That's something at least. If I wasn't allowed to charge for ride tickets and not allowed to charge for entry tickets, then that would have been a problem. Can't say I'm familiar. But hope it was fun. I mean, there are people showing up to the park, so I guess it's not the worst. Okay, what am I going to add next? I do feel like a hedge maze makes sense. But building one, I think, should wait for a bit. It just feels a bit weird to add the rides with car-shaped vehicles, because, well, it doesn't feel that castle-y. It's gonna be tricky. Let's see, what other options are there? Oh, the ship. I obviously have to do the ship. No way around that. I think this is a slightly different version of the ride. I like it. I feel like having it partially behind the tree seems like fun. There. Okay. And then I should be able to make the queue slightly more useful. For doing something like this. There. And then... well, do I really want that long of a queue? Oh well, it's there now. And... like... does this actually blend in? Not really. So I'll just keep the path style for the exits. Alright. And open this thing. Ah. Nice. Yeah. I'd say, at least platformer type stuff, I still have a lot to learn. I'll just leave it at the standard price for ride tickets for now. I mean, this one feels vaguely interesting, at least. It's supposed to be a magic carpet, I think, but at least it's not a car. Even if it's maybe still not the most fitting. But spinning wild mouse. What does that look like? Like, is that just a coaster? Yeah, fine, that's a coaster. Oh, it's gonna rain again. Good. Give me that money. Should I place down another information desk? I think so. Around here? Might work. Come on, buy my umbrellas. Yes, they are overpriced, but they are umbrellas. Can't beat that. Okay. I guess I could also add in the souvenir stall. Just for some variety. It also sells umbrellas, but not only umbrellas. It sells other things too. Like, I think stuffed animals is the other available item. Which, I mean, it is something. But yeah, building it in a spot where it would actually connect the path? That is not the easiest thing to figure out. Oh well. Maybe I should just replace this one with a souvenir stall. I think I'll do that. Okay. There. So that way they can buy umbrellas if it suddenly starts raining, but the rest of the time they can buy the souvenirs. So. Alright. Still need a lot more guests in this park than I currently have, but it's starting to fill up a bit more than it was, so it's not the worst start. Guess I should also add in bathrooms and all that stuff. So, let's put a lemonade stall right around here. And some sort of food stall. I guess it's gonna be donuts. Donuts and lemonade. A very balanced diet. I mean, like, donuts, they're vaguely in the shape of an onion ring, and onions are vegetables, so that counts. And lemonade, I mean, that's just fruit, so you've got your fruit and your vegetables. Probably offer them some sort of seating area. I guess there are some benches out there, so that works. And I guess I'll start hiring at least one mechanic, one handyman to try and keep this place running. No mowing the grass, sure. I don't think there's anything to water, but just in case, just don't focus on that. Alright. So, there is at least stuff available to keep the park guests occupied. Even if it means standing in a queue for a while. but they're not immediately leaving the park. So that's a start. Probably also try and sell them like t-shirts and hats and everything. Because that did seem quite lucrative. But at least for now, they've got the basic stuff. So, what do I add in next? Like, the Haunted Mansion ride... I'm not entirely sure how to design that one, so I'll make sure to save again. Because I don't know if there's any chance of me managing this. So, I'll put the entrance around here. I guess I could just get rid of the path there. Because, I mean, it's not necessary. Why give people a shortcut if they could also just be spending more time in the park? Or maybe I'll give them a paid shortcut. But yes, since I'm supposed to try and have as many people as possible in the park, giving them a shortcut that also messes with pathfinding just seems like a bad idea overall. So, yeah. It's probably long enough. So... Guess I'll try and build the building around the tracks? And I think it's all just powered, so... That should mean that I don't have to worry about, like, how they're gonna get up that hill. Okay. Guess I'll start building the decor already. There, that's the building theme they used. Okay. How do I design this thing? It did seem like there was a way to have, like, some sort of archway as the start of a ride like this. Or maybe I'll try and just build this entire thing indoors somehow. It really is just quite difficult to build buildings in this game. Like, I guess one thing I could do, so I'll just reload. One thing I could try and do is basically make a fake building. So it's gonna be underground, but I'll try and dress it to look like a building. So maybe that's gonna work. We shall see. I'll do a larger area. There. It'll be fine. There. Okay. And then expanding it over here a bit. Sure. And now the important bit. Will this work at all? Yeah, I think it'll work. So... Look. It looks good enough. This is totally a castle. Definitely. Nobody could ever convince me that this is not a castle. Yep. Guess I should probably have more windows at least. I mean, castles are known for being quite dark, but not that dark. Okay, and then I think another window there. Like, it doesn't have to be perfectly symmetrical. I don't think most castles are. Well, I don't think people actually built them to be perfectly symmetrical. Especially when they were under construction for, well, hundreds of years in some cases. I feel like people probably didn't make them perfectly symmetrical when it takes like generations to build stuff like this. Okay. Then I guess I could build... Sure. I'll say it counts. It's my castle, I can design it however I want. Actually, maybe having them face outwards would make more sense. Well, I guess it'll depend on where I want the tracks to go. So I'll try this. There. No, that's the wrong way. Yeah, to me it's always quite ridiculous to hear about how long it took to build some old buildings, because like where it's just generations of people who only ever saw it as a construction site. But I guess people were just really passionate about it, so they had to make it happen, even if they would never ever get to see it. More walls for my questionable castle design. No, ran out of money. Whoops. I'd say that's a bit beyond patience. That's just, like, you need to just be fine with never ever ever seeing it finish, because it'll just take too long. I could say patience is more the, like... Well, being okay with, like, having to wait for it, but, like... That's beyond waiting. To have some sort of wall on there. Alright, I mean, it's technically vaguely castle-shaped. It counts, I guess. And... I kind of wanted it to be more... yeah, that color. That seems more fitting. Very expensive to build all of this. I mean, clearly, creatively building stuff wasn't the main focus when they designed these scenarios, because, like, even just building a fairly small building in this style is not cheap. Let's say there's still plenty of people who are willing to, like, work on things for an extended amount of time. I just feel like the, oh yeah, like, nobody even alive at that point would ever see this thing finished. That is so far into the future that, like, managing to finish that is kind of impressive. Alright, I mean, I built a box. it is a box. It might even function as a box. So, how do I build this thing now, though? Because I haven't really ever built a ride like this. So... yeah, I mean, that design is a lot fancier than what I built. And that just costs 4,000. That's cheap in comparison to what I just built. Like, I'm kind of tempted to just analyze this version, because... oh. Like... alright, that already destroyed the wall. Of course it did. So... I think I want the station platform in here. There. And then I can get rid of that section. And that's gonna be a turn. And that's gonna be a turn. Okay. Good. Then... guess I'll have them go down a bit. Who really cares about how large the castle itself is? If I can just dig underneath the castle. Guess they're getting stuck. Okay. That's not great. So... We'll just try and build something. So... I am kind of intrigued by the idea of having the tracks go outside the building. At least somewhere. Just... I'm not sure how I want to do that exactly. Okay. Especially with the paths as well. So, entrance would be there. I'll just put the exit next to it for convenience. And... So, how about going up to this height? Nope. So, obviously underneath where entrance and exit are going to be. Okay. Actually, it's over there. Alright. So, if I... raise the tracks to the maximum height I can reach. Yeah, okay, so that worked. Okay. It even kind of connects. Alright. And... underground view, I think. Yes. So, let's go out of this side of the building. It's not really doing up the tunnel properly for some reason. Oh, there, now it is. Okay. Maybe turning, then up, up. Maybe like that. I just want it to try and blend in. I think this will kind of work. So... over the top of there. And... yes. My plan worked. There. And... I guess we'll just go back inside here since I already destroyed the wall. So, that means back, up, and then turn, turn, down, I guess flat over the doorway? Just because it feels like that should be the case. And then... it might already be low enough. Yes, I think so. It is. Alright. So, not back out again. Not for a bit. Then down. And turn, turn. And finally into the station. There. Alright, it connects, so at least it should count in that regard. I'd say there's not very much to it. I can test it. Clearly beautiful. Why? It immediately exploded. And I didn't save beforehand, because for some reason I didn't expect it to explode. So... Huh? Like, why? Why is this ride exploding? Is it just going too fast? It is just going too fast. Okay. Well, that explains it. So... Well. So I guess I'll redesign it. Okay. Silly coasters. Not having brakes on them. I'm not even sure if it has brakes available. Like, are brakes even a thing in this game? Well, for this type of ride. Yes, brakes do exist. Okay. Well. Gonna be a problem. Because I didn't design this with brakes in mind. Maybe I'll load the previous save. There. And I'll just start the actual ride from scratch again. Because, hopefully this time with fewer built-in explosions. It's supposed to be a haunted mansion, not an exploding mansion. So hopefully I can make that happen. So... Yeah, I can't really start with the underground view. It's just refusing. So... I'll just do the same thing again, I guess. So... There? Oh, that still destroyed that part. It's fine. It's just meant to look like that. So, station platform. That can all stay the same. And I'll still do that section, I think. Oh, no, I destroyed part of the outside. It's fine. So, no more underground view. Patch those up. There. Okay. Nope. Underground view. There. Yeah, I'm trying my best to not make this into a death trap, but turns out that's more difficult than I expected. So, I guess less up and down. I'll try and keep that to a minimum. Or at least only one level at a time. And then flat in between. Okay. Maybe that'll work? I don't know. And then I guess this could look somewhat interesting. I mean, it doesn't really look like it makes sense. Yeah. Definitely doesn't make a huge amount of sense. Maybe I could improve things a bit? Like... Turning it around that way. Then... up a bit there. Hope that's not gonna cause problems. It might. I do think it might. Park with the most confusing layout. Thanks. I mean, I didn't really design the layout, but I still feel called out. So, like, it just feels like doing the design the way I intended looks weird from a graphical perspective. So I'm trying to fix that. Okay. Then turn. And then out of that section? I guess. It'll do. Then back into the building here. Nope. It's in its own way. Right. Fine. It'll just be... well, actually... spinning tunnel? I feel like that can go out here. All the spinning tunnels. Yes. First blind people with sunlight, and then put them in spinning tunnels. Okay. And then... back out again. Because I still do want them... to interact with this section. I mean... if there was any way for me to reasonably get this to connect up here. So... I guess that could mean away from the building for a tiny bit. And then up a bit here. And then turn. Turn. Then it gets confusing. Okay, that's apparently not high enough. There. I think now it might work. Yes. Yes. Well, not my best design, but... as long as it works. Okay, then... here, let's just go round, around the entire thing. Pretty sure that'll just delete that wall, doesn't it? Yeah, it does. Fine. It'll work out. But getting back down again without crashing the vehicles, that's gonna require a fair number of breaks, I think. So, already running out of money, as expected. Good, good. So... yeah, I can't just... can I? Could I just lower the land? I mean, there's nothing in the way here. Maybe I could do something like that. Like... is that feasible at all? Time to experiment some more. Let's see. Can I make this work? Whoops, that's the wrong section. See through scenery. There. That corner. Okay. Just keep going down the hill. And maybe one more? I think one more. And then right after, I'll need a bunch of brakes, I think. Because that right vehicle is going to be way too fast. Okay, I think this might work at least. So... yes. Yes, okay. So... down one more. And then the brakes. I don't know how fast they're going to be at this point. And I never fully understand how these brakes are supposed to work, but... maybe this will make some amount of sense. Okay. And, I do a big turn. Do I have the space for that? Maybe. Yes. For now, at least. And... how do I make space for the entrance and exit, though? Huh. Those are going to be a problem. Well, I guess, like, maybe if I have part of the ride go back outside again. I think I might be able to make that work. There. And... not sure where I want to break through the wall. Hmm. I guess I should just build those paths. So. Alright. Don't think the door is gonna be allowed to stay in that spot, but oh well, I tried. And there. That's gonna be where the queue is. And more money still. There, there. And the exit. Which shouldn't really be a problem. So those are now officially connected. Now I just need to make the rest of the ride work. So easy. Yep. I guess, like, maybe I could pretend this is a drawbridge? Does that work? And then, something like that. Oops. Oops. There. That connects, I think. And then the actual coaster can go underneath. I think. Even if that means going back outside. It might not be necessary. No, no, it is necessary. Fine. It'll work. And yeah, it's fine. That can just connect here. It's in its own way. Why? Oh, right. That's. What chocolates? I think that's connected. Alright. I mean, it is kind of something. Potentially. I know I'm very confident. Clearly. So... I'll attempt to dress this up a tiny bit, but there's only so much I can really do. Yeah. It's fine. It totally looks right. Definitely nothing weird. Not even a tiny bit that's weird about this castle. Nice. What do you think about them? If you've tried them already. No, wrong way. There. Just test it. So, hopefully this one doesn't immediately crash. Okay. for now, it seems to work. Definitely not the best design, but for a completely new ride style that's not especially similar to the ones I've built before, it might just be passable enough. Assuming that it doesn't crash. Because, wow, that would still be a problem. It's gonna speed up quite a bit on the way down. So hopefully, those brakes did their thing. Okay. I didn't hear any explosions, so I think it worked. I think technically I've never tried one, but I don't like marzipan, so yeah. Basically, there's a reason I haven't tried them. I've tried other forms of marzipan and I didn't like them. So, yeah. Basically, from what I'm aware, the filling they put in those chocolates is just not for me. But I know a lot of people like. Okay. I guess I can open it, because the ride does seem to work. So... medium excitement. It's fine. Just open it. Hope it makes money. Well, there are plenty of people who like marzipan. I'm just not one of them. So... cannon? I mean... it's a castle. It feels like it should have a cannon somewhere. I can even cram it in the corner here. Yeah. Should probably face outwards. Right. There. Look at those details. Well, that's facing the wrong way technically, but... or at least not the way that I intended. It'll work. Just one pointed outwards. And... yes. Cannons. Ooh. Obviously needs a giant skull. Yep. And a pauldron right there. Mm-hmm. And probably some balls around it if I can manage. Yeah. There. There. Okay. And obviously need some dragon sculptures. Oh, that's not just a sculpture. Does that one move as well? Is it just this one? I don't know. That's some sort of creature with wings. Put the dragon one over here? Somewhere? Oh, I ran out of money. So I guess I'm not doing that. That rules out putting more of those in places. Are people actually interested in this ride? Some people are queuing for it, so I guess so. Okay. Well, probably one of the worst versions of this ride, but it technically works. And I clearly struggle to understand the mechanics of building stuff in this game. Because I have no clue how else you're supposed to have them pass through the wall. Okay. Is there other stuff I could have built that I'm just not aware of? Because like here it looks like they've got doors. Doors that open. Oh well. Like, don't know if it would be in the style. Like, yeah, it doesn't change the tunnels at all. No clue how they change the tunnels, well, the tunnel entrance, into a doorway instead. It just seems much nicer that way, but... It's a mystery. A very strange mystery. Ooh, treasure chest. Maybe I can cram that somewhere. I mean, I probably don't have room. Yeah, I don't think I have room. It's fine. I really hope this ride is gonna make some money, because I don't think it was a good investment. Probably shouldn't have done that. Okay, so I guess I can at least delete this path. And make back some money that way. There. Because I guess some places buy used gravel. Otherwise, I'm not sure how I'm getting money back for the paths. Oh, licorice? I mean, depends. Over here, licorice seems like it's a lot more commonly liked. I just don't like it. But that's beside the point. Not what I was thinking of. Oh, that doesn't mean that everyone in that area then likes the stuff. But yeah, there's quite a few licorice-specific things here. And a lot of people seem to like it. I'm just not one of them. I guess it's worth visiting a grocery store over here for the people who happen to already be traveling here and who happen to like licorice. Like, I've heard good things about it. I just know that I personally do not like licorice, so it doesn't matter if it's considered to be good or bad licorice, because, well, it is still licorice. So, there. Oh, yeah. It also existed there, but here it's a lot more of a thing. So, in Austria it's more of a, like, it is available in the candy aisle, but they don't have an entire licorice aisle. Whereas here it's more of a, they have a licorice aisle. Welcome in. Yeah, I mean that. It sounds like something probably some people on this planet would like, just not me. Yeah, there are lots of people on the planet with lots of very different food preferences. Okay. I feel like I should probably increase the price of some stuff. Let's see. Clean and tidy. And thirsty, needs to go to the bathroom. There, really good value for this ride, so that means that ride is more expensive now. Let's try €3. Okay. Then lemonade is good value. Let's fix that. I'll just ramp up that price a bit. Okay. I have not tried Vegemite, but am I correct in the understanding that it is known to be bitter? Because if it is, not for me. Music is nice. Okay. They enjoy the music. Neat. The cuddly toy is good value. Okay. Slightly more expensive now. Okay. Hopefully this will improve things a tiny bit. And I guess I might try and convince park guests to not venture this far into the park. So, what would I want to disconnect then? That's fine. They can find their way. Yeah, it'll be okay. Okay. Like, not quite what I hoped the ride would end up looking like, but it's something. Like, could have tried to change the color of the size of that. Oh well. Yeah, I'm just not sure what the flavor is generally described as other than savory, which to me that's like more of an entire category of foods than one particular flavor. So, yeah. That is kind of an interesting fence to use. I guess I can at least do something like that. To box it in. Oh, well, I ran out of money. And no, it's not. It is just RollerCoaster Tycoon 2. There. Yes. Trying to box that section in a bit. Just to try and make it look a bit better. Yeah, it'll be fine. Whoops, that wall does not fit with anything, and neither does that one. There. 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 Yeah, it's perfect now. Totally. Absolutely nothing weird going on. Maybe we can cover up some of my mistakes. Oh well. I don't know. It's difficult. A lot of them are getting stuck. Well, that is to be expected, but at least I built a very mediocre haunted mansion thing. So, yeah. And it really is incredibly mediocre. And that wall does not fit, but it's fine. It totally works. Like, at this point I feel like I should just remove this wall entirely. It's just kind of making it worse and drawing attention to all the problems. It's okay. At least the park is starting to make money, I think. Possibly. I think it's the GOG version, technically, but yeah. Pretty sure it's essentially the original version, just with some patches to make it functional on modern Windows. When I say modern Windows, I still mean, like, outdated, but still runs. Because I am still on Windows 10. Because clearly I'm too much of a rebel to switch yet. Is that a giant staircase? I think so. sparrows nesting on your balcony. I mean, that does sound cute. Like, I'm not entirely sure what sparrows look like at the moment. I obviously have heard of them, but I'm not an expert on, like, identifying wild birds, so not 100% sure what sparrows look like. Well, I'd say it's working fairly well. Like, I had to use some silly techniques in order to get the game to properly do windowed mode, because that's not a built-in feature for it. So that was the main issue I was having. And it seems like online consensus is that there is no such thing as windowed mode for this game, and absolutely no way to make it work. I did manage to make it work, so clearly it wasn't impossible. But overall, I'd say it runs really well. Especially if you don't need it running in windowed mode. Okay, so I think I'll finally get rid of that fence, and I'm not getting any money back for it. That's a shame. Oh, I don't want it. So might as well delete it. There. Okay. Not nearly enough guests, but there's still time. For now. Yeah, exactly. So, it has not been updated to allow for windowed mode. So, it really is just the most essential patches, if they did anything there. Oh no, I don't think it was originally on DOS. But, like, it's not even running in DOSBox. So, I'm not sure any of the RollerCoaster Tycoon games were on DOS. Yeah, just early Windows. Very early. Ghost Train. I mean, that seems like basically the same thing again, and that one was too much of a struggle, so I don't want to build another one right now. Let's see. I feel like I should use this side somehow. Maybe this hill could be nice for a log flume. Just feels like something that could go on a hill. So hopefully I can make the entrance and exit work. So I'll put the entrance here, exit there. And then, nope, that tree did not survive that. Oops. Oh well, time to kill some trees. There. And then, photo section? Right after they got splashed. And then out over the water for a tiny bit. And I think I should be able to get away with turning them. So let's turn them around. No. Ran out of money. Details. mean, maybe I could design it differently. Park with the worst food. Well, they only sell donuts, so I guess they have a point. There. It's fine. I just need to put something here to finish up this ride. I'll just connect it up. It's gonna be fine. Need to increase the loan again. Yep, this park is not gonna be in any sort of financial trouble. Okay. There. Oh, it's also gonna struggle to connect that up. So I'll just start from this side and then try and connect it. Okay. And no, not quite. There. Okay, it connects. And I'll just hope they don't go off the tracks because of being way too fast. I'll find out. There. It's got enough. And the exit. Light marks on paths, please. There. Much better. There. That should connect. Okay. And then I just need to build it up top and try and connect with the other path by doing something like that. Okay. There. Test this very safe ride. Actually, don't test it yet. There. Way fewer boats. I don't know if that'll make it any safer, but it didn't really feel like that many boats would make any amount of sense for this ride. Well, didn't fall off the tracks. It's fine. That means it counts. Which I guess also means I can just open it to the public. There. And... Does that not connect anywhere? I guess not. I thought it did. Whoops. Well, that plan's not gonna work out then. So I get rid of that path again. Because apparently there's nothing here. I just didn't realize. Yep. Get rid of all of that. And try and somehow make this work. Okay, that's pretty high up over there. Yeah, fake doors. How dare they? Absolutely outrageous. Okay, that doesn't fit. There? Is that gonna be high enough? Oh, it's too expensive. So... maybe I can make this work? I don't know. Well, there goes all the money. Oh well. If I keep making the problem bigger, but it still allows me to ignore it, then is it really a problem in the first place? There. Yeah, I'm not sure Marmite would fix the food situation in this park. Down a bit further. And then... maybe... that's going to connect? Oh boy. Wasting so much money on these paths. But it connects. It's fine. It's fine. It works. This thing is such a mess. I think this park is just gonna be a mess overall. Whoops. But, I mean, it's not for lack of trying, it's for lack of skill. There's definitely a lack of that. I'm trying to make those building layouts work while also having paths going through those walls. Just never seems to look right. Are those ducks? They quack. Okay. People are queuing for it. Well, some people are. And good value, right. I'll just try and fix that. Maybe slightly more on the on-ride photograph as well. A bunch of them are complaining they can't even find this thing. Right. Well. Photo's good value. Well, I need the money, so give me all the money. Okay. There. Should I add another information desk somewhere around here? It looks like it connects. So why not? There. Well, I mean, it didn't crash into the water, but technically they are boats. Boats ending up in the water. Not the worst scenario ever. So, yeah, it works. They'll just call it a safety feature. Okay. Right, they were complaining about the food selection, so... How about some popcorn? That is technically food. I do feel like I should maybe move it to a different spot, though. It feels wrong to just block up the side of the building like that. This side feels like it makes a bit more sense. So, there is popcorn available. And restrooms. And some drinks. Nope. Ran out of money. I mean, are you just sharing your food plans? Because, I mean, if that's what you want to consume. Like, I personally already dislike ketchup, so... yeah. I mean, I'm still surprised this thing works. It doesn't even have the worst ratings. Weirdly enough. And this one doesn't have the worst ratings either. So... weird. But I need to make this park way more profitable and popular. How do I do that? Wait, I could do another ship ride. At least some of them like the first one, so... why not add another one of those? And where, though? Maybe in this area of the park. Not much to do over here yet. And it is closer to the water. Okay. I'll just put it in the back here. Like, slightly away from the path. Oh, and no, I can't afford it. Guess not. You are getting hungry! Have I? People have very different food preferences. Enjoy your milk with ketchup. They are apparently spending money on something. Let's see. Thrilling. Lemonade is still good value. Okay. Make sure to fix that. Popcorn is good value. Okay. More money for that lemonade. And more money for that popcorn. Okay. Oh, I guess I could start charging for the bathrooms if I'm not already doing that. Yep. I'll do that. the ride already broke. Hasn't even been running for that long, but it already breaks at every possible opportunity. Good. Glad I spent way too much money on it. Totally worth it. I don't know if I need to look up a tutorial or something on how to try and build buildings in this game, because this can't be it. But I guess I could just plunk down the pre-built version and then try and analyze how that one was constructed and just learn it that way. Because I do feel like the franchise doesn't really explain how those buildings were built, like for the maps. But they give you the building materials to build more stuff, just... yeah, would have been nice if they came with some instructions. More bins around here. Since that's apparently a problem. I guess more benches as well. This area feels like it could use some benches. There. So, ideally I want people spending a fair bit of money at this park. And that one's still free, dang it. Free restrooms, they're gonna bankrupt this park. There. Now I'm at least charging for that one as well. I feel like transport rides usually do quite well. I'm not sure I can really afford it. I mean, like... yes, you can charge money. In this scenario, I'm not allowed to charge at the entrance gate, but I seem to be able to charge for everything else. And yes, you obviously have to pay for the privilege of being allowed to queue at the bathroom. Yeah. Still wonder how some of those designs were built. Yeah, so this type of wall I can actually fit down here. But this section's difficult. Okay. Can't build it down here. Can't build it up here. Maybe I should look it up at some point. I really do wonder how I'm supposed to build some of those things. Okay. Oh, they've even got round walls like that. Did I get access to those? Because I don't don't see them. Guess not. Oh, no, I think there. They used that one. Alright. Does this will fit with the rest? Maybe. Yeah, I mean, I can, wait. Are those the things I was looking for? I think so. Yep. Finally. Wow. So, can I maybe get that in a different colorway? Oh, that one actually works. Isn't that fancy? Very nice. An actual door. I like it. Okay. More of that. If I can manage. See if there's scenery, is that gonna help? No. I think I figured out some of it, just clearly still more to learn. Let's start by at least filling in that bit of the wall, I guess. Still not sure why there's a bit missing there. It's a mystery. And yeah, so I solved it. Well, I still don't know why it was missing, but it's no longer missing. This block? Maybe that's gonna do something. Clearly did something, just not necessarily in a good way. Yeah, not in a good way. Pesky details. I can't place another one on top of it. Entirely sure how some of this is supposed to work. Like, it still doesn't allow me to place the thing. Weird stuff. At least I figured out a tiny bit of it. Like, yes, the building is an absolute mess, but it's a work in progress. But I'm starting to think that to actually build my own ride design, I might have to build that, like, on like a perfectly flat section of land like this one, and then just save the design, because it seems like it's going to be way too intricate to keep on building these. Because it seems like it'll involve, like, lowering the land, raising the land, and all of that while trying not to destroy the ride or the paths. So, I guess at some point we might do a very intricate, like, haunted mansion building stream thing. We'll see. But at least I'm starting to figure out some of it. So, lowering that loan a bit. Maybe it'll even help. Okay. I don't know if it was last week or the week before, but sometime recently, after playing RollerCoaster Tycoon, I did have the main carousel tune stuck in my head. So, yeah. Does this place need dinosaurs? Or maybe weird bones sticking out of the ground. Yeah. Sure. It's totally a ribcage. Or just a very small part of a ribcage. I mean, this thing is surprisingly popular for some reason. Let's see, what are the guests thinking? If they think the park is really clean and tidy. Sure. And some of them are running out of cash. Oh, I need to help them with that, if I can. Do I have the ATMs unlocked? No. I got a new sandwich stall option. That's almost as good as having money to pay for food. Just having more food to look at. Yeah. Guess I could put a stall around here? No. No, I can't. It's too expensive. Yeah, no ATMs at this park, because I don't have them unlocked. So, not available. Maybe it'll unlock the ATMs soon. It is possible. I guess I'll try and have it specifically research stalls for a bit. Okay. Well, technically the game was released in 2002, so not 90s, but early 2000s. Not that those phones would have been much more useful regarding being able to pay at an amusement park. Yes, everything is an app. And also requires a separate login. Like, especially situations where you need like 3 or 4 logins to do one thing. That always annoys me a lot. Why do I need so many different accounts? Can I put that door here? Where's the archway? there? No, not allowed. No. No. I don't think they can climb through the window. Fine. Yes, it does sound familiar. I really don't get why everything needs to have its own account. Too many accounts. And then having issues with logging in because there's like 3 or 4 different accounts that you need to log into, and like, one of the logins is just not working because server issues or something. Yeah, it's my favorite part. Why would you be allowed to play the games that you bought? That would be silly. Did I end up building that ship ride thing? Because I think I didn't have the money. Yes, exactly. So maybe now I have the money for that? I think so. So just near the back, but not all the way. And just open it. And there. I'll just get rid of that fence. And there. That should be functional. Is the park still... hasn't won any awards in a while. And I'd say something that combines really well with all the required accounts setup thing. Having it automatically log you out, like every, let's say every 24 hours. Preferably more frequently than that. And also constantly getting error messages. For like, hey, you need to log back in again. It just needs to have more pop-ups. Guess I probably put that giant thing somewhere around here. Like, how did it fit there? Don't have the money for it at the moment, but it is raining. I feel like they're just not close enough to all the information kiosks to even get the chance to buy an umbrella. Oops. Well, at least some of them are now buying them. Is that going to destroy part of the wall? I do think it might have that effect. Yeah, having really long passwords, it might be good for security reasons, but it's not good for quickly logging into stuff purposes. There, that should work. Just need to connect that path. thing is now available. It technically has a roof, so might even be suitable for rain. Potentially. I mean, overall, I'm surprised the park is doing okay. Like, it's not thriving as a park, but it hasn't gone bankrupt yet. It is making some money sometimes. People aren't too eager to queue for this thing. Is it because it's new? Or are they just not realizing that it's right next to them? Maybe I should change the music on it. Like... I mean... it does feel vaguely fitting. I'll go with it, sure. And let's make it look more fantastical somehow. Yes, there. And different vehicle colors? Nah. But the entire thing is gonna be brown. Yeah. There. That looks very fitting now. Guess I can recolor the vehicles as well. Beige. There. Now it perfectly fits the arrow. Okay. I mean, I'd say there are places that function like that. As in, not just with food. I'd say some of the stuff that's not allowed to go through like an airport security check could also fall under that category of like, oh, if you want an umbrella, but it's not allowed to be taken in hand luggage, you can buy it after the security check. Great. I should have put the fence thingy in between there too. So, obviously I need to add more stuff to make the park more popular. But I guess I could also invest into advertising. Because I do have a bit of money. Well, technically, there is still a giant loan, so... it's not like the park has made that big of a profit. Or any, really. But I still could potentially improve things with advertising. So let's do... campaign for the entire park. It's a big investment, but... yeah. Maybe it works out. Okay. I never quite understand how, pathfinding-wise, they go all the way to the exit and then go, right, I didn't actually want to leave. Of course, the rain is stopping again. Been too easy. Do I have ATMs unlocked yet? I'm not seeing it. Maybe the next one. So. Something sounds like it's making a lot of money. A lot of them are hungry and thirsty. But where are they? Oh, here. Well, there is a way into the area that sells food and drinks, so. But it does seem like some of them are kind of stuck, because it is a fairly long way. Now you can't put the food stalls all the way up there. So could do something like this. There. And then have it go round. Oh, flat. Yes. Okay. And this area is then going to have some food stalls. Wrong menu. There it is. So, information desk at the corner somewhere. I guess if I could put it here, that would be perfect, but... Oop. No, didn't have the money. And the advertising campaign is done already. I'm not sure it was worth it. Maybe it was, but it's difficult to say. Maybe other stalls should be higher on my priority list. Like, did I ever end up putting one of those sandwich stalls down? Bit weird that I can't put them down there. So, food stall right here. Okay. And drinks somewhere. I guess right next to it. No. Money. Money. Money is a problem. At least some of them are already buying stuff. Interesting to think about the fact that I only have one mechanic and one handyman working in this entire place. And somehow the rides are functioning for the most part. So, I'll raise the price of drinks a bit. Probably also the price of those sandwiches. Let's do €2. Feels like charging less than that would be silly. Especially if it's a decent sandwich. Like in a theme park. There. And then I'll put some benches down here. Even in those corners, sure. Hot chocolate stall, still no ATMs. How about some hats? No. Don't have the money to start selling hats. There. Buy your hats here. Okay, let's ramp up the price on those. One person has bought it. Okay. I still think it's good value. $2.50? Is that still good value? Come on. Yes, good value. €3. I mean, it's a hat. They are still buying them, so... Very nice. So... Still need to provide a restroom nearby. Nope. Money, it is still a problem. Maybe I should put a souvenir stall down instead of a information kiosk. Because those cuddly toys do really help with the, well, with having the stall be profitable just in general, not just when it's raining. So. Get on. Nope. Money disappeared again. Yes. There. That's open now. Guess I could try selling balloons as well. Who wouldn't want some balloons? Except the finance department of this park. They clearly do not approve. So... Litter is really bad. So much for the park being clean and tidy, I guess. Can I see any areas with a noticeable litter problem? I mean, there's some here. It's not the worst. Oh, in other words, I've had worse parks. There, balloons. Can buy them. And do I do the information desk or the souvenir stall? People are buying the hats, so that's pretty good. Do I want to give these people a chance to join that path? I guess I could. Is this gonna be a mistake? Maybe. What if I make it basically entrance only? There. You can only join the giant crowd of people spending money. Leaving is not allowed. Well, unless you go up the stairs. Then it is actually, though. Sell t-shirts. Well, almost. Now I can clamp that down. Yes. T-shirts. And what color are the t-shirts? Let's make them... I'm selling red hats, red balloons. It is a castle. Maybe make everything grey. Can I do grey balloons? Yes. There. Everything's grey. I guess I should also do the umbrellas. There. Grey umbrellas. Grey umbrellas. I mean, gotta make the park look different. They can't all have brightly colored stuff. I mean, there's still some people who bought the hats when I hadn't changed the color yet, but it's fine. It works. Don't think I have the ATMs yet, still. Sunglasses stall is the next one. Oh well. So... 1,500 guests at the end of year 4. I need a lot more than I currently have. So where do I start? Well, by saving. Alright. And then... like, how much of a loan can I add to the current loan? Oh, that's a significant amount. Okay. I guess I'm building a giant coaster then. So... what kind am I building? That one sounded new. The spinning mouse thing. It feels fitting, because the castle... pretty sure medieval castles would have had some issues with rodents. So, it just feels fitting. Okay. Hopefully they won't just get stuck. And let's have them start spinning. And then start pulling up those ride vehicles. And I think that might be high enough. So down a bit. Down a bit. Flat. And then turn. And flat. Then a bigger turn. Yes, managed to go underneath. Good. And then down a bit. Then turn again. I don't think there's any way that that's gonna fit, but I'm going to try it. Nope. Seems I was right about there not really being any way to make this fit. Nope. There! No, almost. Yeah, it didn't quite work. So instead, let's change stuff around a bit. Yeah, it's more of a square than I originally intended, but it'll work. So, how much speed would they really have at this point? Might not be enough. So, turn around, and then that kind of fits. Sure. And then all the way around. Some of my ideas are just not meant to work. Unless for some reason my keyboard decided to forget about the lighting theme that I've set for it. Yeah. Everything works perfectly. Never any technical issues on this channel. So... that'll do. That connects, good. That connects. So, entrance and exit at least exist now. And I still need the height marks on ride tracks. Otherwise I don't see what I'm doing. Okay, down a tiny bit. And... I guess I should mix more of those things in. Because I don't know if those just pause the spinning or how they really really work, but I think there should be more of them. So I'll just keep on adding them. Nothing could ever go wrong. No clue how many I've now got. That's okay. The podcasts will just figure it out. Okay. And then... Probably do something like this. To make it so I'd be able to get the path underneath here. Okay. And then down again. And then some brakes. There. It'll be fine. Station platform. Okay. And I'm definitely saving, because I don't know if this thing is remotely safe. But I'm testing it. Okay. Right, so they are... Like, the vehicles are spinning at the start, then that thing kind of blocks them in that orientation. Then they go around that way, then they start spinning again, yep. And they stop spinning again. And then they start spinning again. Okay. I guess it works. Possibly? I mean, for now, it looks like it'll be safe to at least run it the way it is. But will it be popular? Yes? Kind of. Okay. So, I feel like I need to redesign the exit, because that's a very high nausea rating. But at least it's exciting, so it'll work out. So, I think instead of having a path here, I'll have the path go around here. Actually, still need more of that fence. There, there, there. And then turn around. Oh, oops, don't do that. Fence to the rescue. There. There. What symptoms? You mean the podcasts? Oh yeah. Yeah, it's gonna be a bit of a mess, but it might be worthwhile. Or at least that's what I'm telling myself. There. And some benches along the entire walkway. Okay. I guess it might work. Like, technically, really something I've tried, but I think I should be able to do something like this. Back. And then use that to add even more benches. Yeah. And then we'll just make it look a tiny bit cozy. There. Something like that. And they're essentially only allowed to leave this area once they're done dirtying the pathways of the park. So, hopefully this will work. We shall see. But I will open it. There. I feel like there's still a bit of fence missing. Right here. And there. And there. Kind of works. So, what else could I add around here? I mean, should probably just use the money to build something else as well. So, guess I'll save again, because that entire ride now works. But I do need a lot more guests in this park. So, another mouse-themed coaster. Yes, one is not enough. That should work. Okay. That's probably fine. And way up there, and then turn, big turn. Does that actually work? Yes. Fun. So. Not sure if they'll actually have enough speed for it, so I'll try a slightly different version. The park is surprisingly functional, so I'm not sure how feasible it is to cut the lines, because some rides are quite popular for some reason. I might not understand it, but as long as it's making money. There. And that is going to be a very weird section of the coaster, but why not? And like that. Make this thing somehow make any amount of sense. I do think it is getting in the way of, well, itself. But this works, so. Good enough. I think it should work to have them around here. It's just gonna be a matter of needing to leave room for packs. Which, that is... It's taking too many risks. Back at ground level. There. And then maybe you can make them loop like all the way around. So difficult to see what I'm doing. See through. People, sure. Scenery, sure. Alright. So need to go over top of that section. Seems like it'll be possible. Okay. Good. Over top of the path? Yeah. That'll work. And then over there. Sure. And I still have the tiny issue of how do I get them down to the correct height? They are going to be quite fast at that point. I guess they're used to it, because this seems like quite the intense ride. Alright, and also a very extensive one. Maybe it could extend the station platform a bit. There. And then test the nightmare fuel thing I just built. Looks quite intense, but maybe it's okay. I think it is... It made it up the hill. Barely. It is very slow in this section now. Eesh, that hill. This section takes ages. So. I'll just call that added value, because... well... means it takes... a while. And that should be a good thing. The first coaster. Just being a really, really long coaster. Any ratings yet? Nope. Well, I guess they'll... it's still taking a bit for even the first vehicles to come back to the station. Why are those almost crashing into each other? How is that a thing? Okay. Should probably alter it a tiny bit. That's fine. That's fine. Okay, first vehicle is back at the station. Well, it's just slow in general. I mean, it's not actually bad. As long as it doesn't explode. I'll save it. Because I do not expect this thing to never have any problems. So... what do I build next? I still have a fair amount of money left. Could charge more money for the explosions. Sure. Sure. I feel like the park needs a wooden coaster. It's just... it's the obvious thing to go for. Looks like a castle. Obviously there needs to be a wooden coaster. I guess this one's gonna be a really long coaster. So why not? Okay. So... that looks kind of fun. Like, potentially dangerous. Like, kind of fun. Then let's do a water splash. Maybe? Yeah, why not? And then a photo section. then... Can I make this work? Yeah, I'm still here. It is gonna be my 9-year streaming anniversary in August. Yep. Yep. Where did I find the game? I believe I have the GOG version of the game. Have you been? I think entrance and exit are going to be on that side. And it might end up being a ride that's going to cause nausea, so... Maybe I should do a water splash at the end. Oh, I could do loops as well. Forgot about those. Maybe not a water splash right at the start. Need to keep that momentum. So... down... Can I get away with doing a loop? Hope so. Okay. What do you mean you've tried there? Like, does it just not show up at all? Like, is it a regional thing, potentially? That in some regions it's just not available? Because... like... really? Weird. List of playthroughs? Well... yes, some of them are several games. Like, sharing one line in the list, so... there's that. And some are very long games. Hello, how are you doing today? I don't know why the game wouldn't be showing up as available. That seems weird. Moving the exit over because apparently I placed it in the wrong spot. There. Just got a really, really long exit. Now I won't have to worry about not being able to connect stuff. So... maybe now I do the water splash. Oh, too high up. Or, well, too low down, not too high up. I guess that means... go up a tiny bit. And then do the water splash. Yes. And then the photo section. Okay. With the link it worked? Okay. Strange. Maybe stuff's just glitchy. Let's go back up again. There needs to be more coaster to this coaster. And just go over top of that building. Probably not. I think it's not gonna work. Yes. No. Maybe now it will work. Yeah. There. I guess I could go in closer to the roof and then turn. Nice big turn. And up through that. Yep. Here. Sure. That'll do. And then... oh, that... it might destroy part of the building. But it may not. Okay. Now I'm going to risk it. And... way down. And then... nope. Don't do that. Maybe I just move the path around. The path's in the way. Just remove the path. Okay. Ah. That makes sense. Sprites. And then... there. Okay. And then another big turn. That works fine. Getting back to the station platform is going to be a challenge. Somehow I just realized that. Oh well. So... maybe another turn? No. How do I make this work? No. So not like that. Definitely not like that. And I guess I could do one of those silly bumpy sections. Why not? Especially because it tends to look very silly. Can't resist silly coaster designs. Alright. Now let's do other stuff. And let's see through those sports. Okay. So, how am I going to make this coaster not get in the way of the other coaster? Sounds like the merry-go-round is really broken over there. The music does not sound anywhere close to how it should. Yeah. It is definitely broken. Yes. So, maybe another water splash. It's not really high enough. At least in terms of it getting in the way of the station platform if I do that. So, maybe a nice gentle turn. And then, that coaster looks so oversized compared to the size of the park guests. This is gonna work better. Tiny bit up here. Then turn. And then turn around. And I don't think I have room for that. But it should work fine at this point. Just need to give them some time to slow down. And then turn, turn. There. Turn underneath here. Turn. And nope, missed it. Yes. Got it. Well, we'll see if this thing works. It is a coaster. Can confirm that it's a coaster. Yes, it works. Splash. Photos. Then back up the lift. Okay. I think it'll work out okay. It is a very long coaster. But it's basically supposed to be the coaster of this park, so I sure hope it's going to be popular. Safest park. Oh. Nice. So, what are the test results going to be? Hope it's nothing too bad. It looks okay. Alright. So I'm opening it. Alright, so the finances of this park are not currently working out so great. So, wow, a new ride being built. Okay. Well, mouse is good value. A spinning wild mouse. So I'll have to ramp up the price of that. Probably still at the standard, yep. I'll not do that. How about, like, 4 euros? And then this one definitely needs to be expensive. How about like 6? They might be able to pay that. And then like 4 for the photo? Okay. This ride. Oh yeah. That needs to be more expensive. 4 euros for this one as well. And how's this one doing? Seems to be doing alright. Well, there are a lot of new people coming into the park all of a sudden. So that's a good sign. Because that's what I need. Need more people. Okay. At least that's working. And look, didn't even realize, but the entrance to this ride is basically right at the entrance to the park. That is actually very fitting. Still some fairly intense nausea caused by that one. So, first aid still. The ATM's unlocked. Yes. Definitely need to add those in. Benches. There are the benches. There. Okay. Basically nothing to do there except for visiting the first aid stall and sitting down on one of the many, many benches. Bunch of money. Good. Very good. I'll put an ATM right around here. Okay. Do hope that'll work out. And then another one probably around here. Where exactly? I guess. The spot. Starting to pay back some of that loan. Let's see if I should maybe change up some of those paths a bit. I guess I could still have a transport ride from one side to the other. And I also wanted to change this back. So, can I get away with charging even more? Not paying that much, fine. So, hoping that this price will be more appropriate. Hopefully not all complaining about the price of the photo. Well, some of them complained, I think, but I'll wait for the next one to arrive and judge based on that. This coaster is very popular. 18,000 per hour. What? Okay. I think that's more than it costs to build this coaster. So that's pretty neat. So per hour as an hour of gameplay, which means that per, like, not pay much. It means that per in-game year, this coaster more than pays for itself. And that's just in profits, I think. Or was that... Yeah, that's just in profits. Not just income. So... that's a good coaster. I mean, I was hoping to build the one coaster that the park ends up being famous for, but I think I managed. And I guess I need to hire more people to keep this park running, because, oh boy, it's getting a bit messy. Mechanics. And probably also some security guards and entertainers. Because I am trying to keep people happy in this park. For that new ride I built. Is the queue even long enough? I think it is. So I think the queue can fill close to 2 trains. Oh, it had to close because of some sort of malfunction. Oops. At least there are still some people in the queue. Okay. The park is making a surprising amount of money now. So that's quite nice. And the park value is, well, it's better than I expected it to be. Like, close to... like, halfway? The number of guests I need. So, that would still be a bit of a problem. But maybe I can add in some more of those pre-built rides. Because those do keep people busy for a while. Almost half money for it. Maybe over here makes more sense. It's here, it's there. Let's do not at beginner's mode. Close it again. And intense mode. Okay. Well, that does mean that the exit should probably be in a different spot. Because I don't want to dump those people straight back onto the path. I guess I could drop them off into the giant sea of benches. That works. Sure. And then still need the entrance. Oops. This style. And there. It'll work. And open it. Okay. And maybe another first aid stall around here somewhere. Just in case. Right there. Okay. That should work. Weird ones. Maybe up here? I think there. It actually fits. What was it? Did I end up adding a drink stall here? Do you think I did? Sorry about that. I know how to use my Stream Deck. Some of my buttons are too close together. Silly me. So, those drinks should hopefully bring in some more money. And I guess I could try and convince people to buy even more stuff. Yes, it's always good to mash some buttons. Might even eventually make stuff work. The faster you mash the buttons, the quicker it'll work. I feel like this area needs pretzels. In part because the coasters kind of look like pretzels. Well, they look like a mess. So... do hope the money is still working out. But it might not be anymore. Probably need to balance that budget better. Thank you for the 14-month sub. How are you doing today? Yes. W. Time to door spins. Needs to be more expensive. I'm doing alright. Trying to get this park to function. Swinging inverter shell. Okay, around with that. Nice. T-shirts. Sure. Those are more expensive now. donut is good value. There. Hopefully now Parks Finances will be doing a bit better. Parks Finances are doing great. Definitely no issues. So... Sweet clean this up. And but mostly that area overall. This isn't really that bad. Well, I guess that spot. Oh well. Spoke too soon. Spoke too soon. Okay. I'll just hire a new one. And lucky him, his job's gonna be to just keep this area clean. That'd be great. I guess he can also do this section. Maybe even that section. Oh wow. I think that area is just as bad. No? No, it was just a graphical glitch. That's better then. Things just fine. Park is definitely not drowning in paths that need cleaning. That's not too far off from how the temperatures have been here. Like it's been fluctuating a lot, and supposedly there's a heat wave coming in. So that'll change things up. Which I'm sure is going to be really humid because it's finally been raining again. And combining that with all of a sudden it ends up being summer temperatures. Yeah, it'll be fine. I'll just feel like I'm in a sauna, but yeah, high humidity combined with a heat wave. Not the easiest combination. It's not my personal favorite. Well, I should add in one of those spinny coaster things. The entrance under there. I can fit it here, and that will work. So why not? Okay. That'll do. Yeah, having a bunch of, well, lakes, rivers, just a bunch of different like open waterways and stuff. Yeah, it ends up being quite noticeable in summer. Indeed. Guess I could add one of those. I'll just add entrance and exit right next to each other. There. I don't think people really need to queue for this thing. If there's space, they can go in. If not, then they have to wait. But they can't queue. Here, I think I'll manage to squeeze in entrance and exit. Yeah. Entrance, exit. Works. And I will build a bit of a fence in between so I can actually have a queue that's longer than like 5 people. There. Not too much. There, and open this ride. On this park, well, since the start of the stream, so... Or since I opened the game after starting the stream. To be more specific. So, like an hour and a half? No, not an hour. 3 hours and a half. 3.5 hours. Words. Guess I'll save again. Yeah, all of this in that time span, yes. But I might still fail the scenario, to be honest. I think I'll have to really go for the marketing now. So I guess for a particular ride, let's do that, sure. I'll go for the wooden coaster, since that one's already, like, it's already really popular. So doing an advertising campaign to just introduce even more people to the really popular thing feels like a good investment. Because it's popular for a reason, so. At least I would hope that it's popular for a reason. Well, the guests are coming in, so. And the merry-go-round broke down again. Always does. Are people buying the maps? I think so. I'll make them a tiny bit cheaper. Because people do have a tendency to get lost in this park. I'll make them even cheaper. There. Well, having everyone get lost is not really something I should risk. So, getting close to 1,000. So maybe the advertising campaigns combined with this park are actually going to make it work. So, campaign for the entire park? For 6 weeks, that costs 2,100. I'll not do 6 weeks. Nope. Looked a bit too late. I didn't have the money anymore. Yeah, I'll just try it again. I mean, I could take out an even bigger loan. Or I could just wait for a bit and see if they can save up enough money. We'll see. Maybe it'll work. And it is a very popular park. And it does have ATMs now. Or, well, it has 2 ATMs. Still plural, so yeah. It already got cleaned up, so I guess I didn't need the new one. Okay. Are they really doing anything? I don't know. They are physically in the park. Mechanics seem more obviously useful. I guess I should also check top spin. Raise the price for that one. Menu. There. Okay. Twist one. Okay. Oh yeah, that is cheap. Is that price gonna be accepted? I don't know. Crooked House is good value. Okay. There. Parkmark is good value, but that's fine. And I'm not going to make the umbrella cheaper, because I don't want them buying the umbrellas when they're not willing to pay the maximum amount for them. So. So. I do think this should work. So, I'll save again. The park is making a lot of money, generally. I did just pay for a very expensive advertising campaign. Most beautiful park. Very nice. The supports on the wooden coaster just look a bit silly. Heading to bed. Hope you get some good sleep. Thanks for stopping by. What else do I add to this? That's quite a dirty path. Hope they can manage to clean all of that. That looked like a lot. Looping roller coaster. Okay. mean, the park is at 1,000 guests now, officially. I do need even more than that, but the number is going up. Need 1,500, so... like, considering how rapidly the number has been rising, I think it might be reachable. Especially with the advertising campaigns. Assuming people don't suddenly leave the park. And I hope they don't. Hmm. 2 weeks on that advertising campaign. I guess let's do coupons for free pretzels. Yes. Hello. How are you doing today? Lost Mansion is apparently broken and hasn't been fixed. It's fine. Come on, umbrellas. Spend all your money. I need more umbrella money. Give me all your umbrella money. Souvenir stall. There. Come on, buy your umbrellas. Buy them. Maybe an ATM as well. Wait for a tiny bit. Should hopefully be able to afford it. Yes. Okay. It is actually working out okay. Strangely enough. I guess people like this part. And it is also constantly getting new rewards and stuff, so... I guess I could also do a free rides campaign. Let's go for the Ferris wheel. For 2 weeks. Just don't want to take too many risks there. Like, I want a ton of people to be in this park. But I don't want to waste all of the money on that. So I might also want to improve parts of the park. Top spin is still really good value. Okay. Increase the price again. Twist one is good value. Okay. Iced tea. Drinks. Crooked house. Increase the price a tiny bit. Sunglasses are really good value. Okay. Okay. path is disgusting. Okay. The person wasn't thinking that very long, so... I guess it's fine. A lot of them are hungry. But it seems most of them are already on the way to one of the food stalls. So that's good. Okay. Number of guests is still going up. I'll save again. I do think I might just have a chance of having this part work out. I was really doubting it, but I think it might just manage to reach the scenario goal. And paying back that loan just to help with the park's finances. If there's suddenly something that I need to have the park spend money on, spending all of the profits on loan interest payments, well, won't help me with making the park any better long term. So, wonder how the first aid stalls are doing. Well, some of them are seemingly really popular. Or at least they have a lot of customers. Free rides campaign is finished. Okay. Overall, well, it is very close to reaching the required number of guests. But I might want to still have some advertising campaigns going. So, advertising campaign for... let's do the spinning whelp next. And free rides on free entry to the Crooked House. Yes, that's gonna win everyone over. Nobody could ever resist that. It feels like the equivalent of like going like free toothpicks like as a coupon for a restaurant. Yeah. I mean, it's nice that they're available, I guess, but who would go to an entire amusement park just because of one of those things? Like, yes, they have mirrors that bend light weirdly. Are you gonna spend several hours traveling to a place like this for that? I mean, if the game gave you statistics on like which rides people went on, but like all of them, I'd be curious if any park guests will end up only going to the Crooked House and nowhere else. Does it say? Yes, it does say which ones they've been on, but it's just per guest, so I can't really see what like the average number of rides guests go on would be. closer to that 1,500. So, still think it's within reach before the end of October. Just trying to keep the rest of the park running in the meantime. And I guess I'll also save in between, because, well, if there's any... if there's any terrible accidents in the park, then that might still mess things up. Twist is still really good value. I guess some people just really, really like that one ride. Cash. Well, our ATMs. ST is still really good value. I mean, the more money I can take in from, well, selling stuff, the more money I can spend on having the park actually be clean. So, it doesn't feel that, like, it feels somewhat justified. Sunglasses are good value. Slightly more expensive sunglasses now. Money is rolling in. Somehow. I am surprised how well this park is doing. Is this cute? What's that? Yes, that is the queue for the Dodgems ride. There don't seem to be any people in the queue. Well, 2 people. The queue does not need to be as long as it is. But better than the queue being full. And being too long. Because that just causes problems. Like, how long is the queue time for this ride? 5 minutes? Might be okay, I guess. Yeah. They're not complaining about it taking too long, so that means it's fine. That's what I wanted to check. Oops. Queuing for ages. Okay, so this one's at the edge of what is deemed acceptable. Have I? Yes, I have unlocked the queue TV thingies. Maybe those will make people happier. Let's see. Any other queues they're complaining about? Mouse. Spinning wild mouse as well. So add them in here. Okay. Wooden wild mouse. Okay. Merry-go-round as well. Okay. right near the entrances. Oh, that queue is surprisingly long. There. Just add some TVs to places. I get your screen time in. No excuse to slack off. There. Very close to the required number of guests now. Less than 50 additional guests needed. I'm pretty sure that, like, I still need to have them in the park at the deadline of end of October. So even if I reach the 1,500 before then, I don't think that will already count as having completed the scenario. My favorite theme park that I've been to, I haven't been to that many. So, like, I don't really do theme parks. So, like, does it count as a theme park if it doesn't have any rides at all? Like, are zoos basically theme parks? Because if so, specifically zoos that have fish tanks and like enclosures for like smaller animals, like including like spiders, reptiles, so on. I quite like those, and they tend not to be that crowded. And I'd say some people do that at a zoo. Not everyone, but... I would say the number is bigger than 0, the number of people doing that at a zoo. Like, actually, like, going on rides and stuff doesn't really work for me. Like, I can manage stuff like a Ferris wheel. But an actual roller coaster, nope, motion sickness. So, yeah, theme parks overall aren't really my thing. So, at that point they just end up being, well, overpriced, with not enough shade, not enough places to sit. So, I just feel out of place. This area really needs some extra attention, so now I've got 2 people cleaning it. Yeah. Yeah. The park is definitely running a lot. Well, admissions to the park... There are no entrance fees to the park. So... But it is a very profitable park because of being able to charge for the rides. It also makes sense, like both in terms of why you'd go to a park like this, because like if there's only a couple of rides that you want to go on, or a couple of rides that you think you want to go on, then spending a lot at the entrance just, yeah. Okay. I don't know what that abbreviation stands for, but yeah. This park is surprisingly profitable now. So. Oh, okay. Interesting. So in that version, like, is there such a thing as paying for ride tickets or not? Because, like, there are a lot of scenarios where you just can't charge for actually going on all the coasters and stuff. And it's just the entrance tickets and food and drinks and stuff. Okay. Yeah. Ah, okay. Well, I've never been to that one. So. Or any of those? I think it's several parks, isn't it? As you can tell, I'm not much of a actually going to a theme park kind of person. I guess other stuff that's like theme park adjacent, stuff that's like medieval, crafty type festival. Those sorts of things, those are nice. Like being able to watch like an actual blacksmith, like, use actual like old techniques to make stuff. I'd say that's pretty neat. Like even just the amount of work that went into just like making nails for construction. Park is at a point where it has enough current visitors. Number isn't really going up or down as much. That's okay. As long as it stays stable, that should already be enough. Well, I'd assume there's some mods for the game. Or at least for the open RollerCoaster Tycoon versions. But I'd say, like I think at some point, I believe in, was it Planet Coaster or something? I think at some point I've played some sort of theme park building game where it is possible to have some sort of a fast pass system thing, so. Yeah. I think it was in Planet Coaster. I never quite figured it out in that one, but I think it was stuff like, so if you have a queue that is basically just one giant like snaking queue shape, you could have spots where people can skip parts of the queue. Thank you for the raid. How are you doing today and what were you streaming? Almost at the end of the scenario, but it has been, at times it felt like I wasn't going to manage to finish the scenario today, but now it's looking pretty good. Resident Evil 0, what's that again? I think I've heard that phrase before, but like I can't remember like if it's like a prequel to the franchise or like a fan-made thing. So, or is it just? Oh, okay, it is an official prequel. Okay, that makes sense then. Or like, alternatively, I guess it could have been that, like, the name is just something with 0 as part of the name for no good reason, but that's not actually a prequel. Thank you for the raid. How are you doing today? And how was your stream? Not sure if I'm familiar with your channel. So... Yeah, exactly. So, game titles. It's kind of been a thing we've discussed on this channel lately, also on the Discord. But yeah, it feels like, for example, with the Hitman franchise. So, they did Hitman, like the original game, then Hitman 2, Silent Assassin, and then in like 2018, all of a sudden, Hitman 2, but it's not a remake of Silent Assassin, and it's not supposed to be the second game in the storyline either, and it's just called Hitman 2. Okay. So, yeah. Very confusing to me. You need to rush. Well, hope you have a good rest of your day. Thank you for the raid. So, I mean, almost got the part. Well, almost got the scenario completed. Because the scenario is till the end of October of year 4. It is looking pretty good. I will save again, 'cause I'm never sure if I'm saving enough. And I only really notice how frequently I'm saving when I notice that I would have needed to save, but didn't. Those paths are quite crammed now. Yep. Has the park been getting any awards lately? Safest park. Not a bad one. Definitely not bad. So I think the advertising campaigns are, yeah, none of those are still going. So, it's pretty good. Overall, this park turned out okay. And there's technically still some room to expand it. Like, in some spots, like here. Well, I did a bunch of advertising. Which is why the park has this many people in it. But they're not leaving yet, so... as long as they're staying, I don't really need to keep on doing the advertising, because I just need 1,500. And the park is definitely earning money. So... that menu. So... yeah, the weekly profit has been fairly stable, actually. As in, like, being weekly profit, not weekly loss. Can't leave until they don't have any more money. I mean, kind of. The park even has ATMs, so running out of cash is no longer an excuse. Until you've drained your bank account, there's no leaving this park. I feel like this one still has too many ride vehicles. Oh well. Definitely learned some things. And I feel like I'm getting better at roller coaster spaghetti. So that's also useful. And also, well, learning quite a bit about how to build these things. Yes, who needs life savings if you can buy 5 more overpriced drinks instead? Don't look too bad. That's something. Are they still complaining about some of those queues? So I did my best to add those ride TV thingies, or the queue line TVs. Partner. Okay, so Wooden Wild Mouse, they still complain about the queues. But it looks like for the other ones, they're not complaining about the queues anymore. So, I'll just consider that a success. I think this was the Wooden Wild Mouse. So, see through this box. Where is the station platform? I think it's this one. So, more TVs. People in this queue really need more screen time. Just need to convince them to forget about all the money they've already spent. No time to think. It's doing surprisingly well. A bit over a month to go. It's getting there. Does the park still have some awards? Or is that inverted hairpin coaster? What? What does that even mean? What does that have to do with hairpins? Is it because of that shape? I guess it could be because of that shape. Because I guess that's kind of a hairpin. Or like a hairpin on that side, depending on the type of hairpin. Even managing to repay most of that loan. So how are the finances looking? So the shop sales, I mean, it is a significant amount of money. So the fact that I can charge for ride tickets is pretty much the reason why this park is profitable. Like, if I wasn't able to charge for those, well, I guess I would still charge people at the park entrance then, generally. But still, the ride tickets are making a big difference. I mean, not that the shop sales aren't still useful. I think bathroom fees also fall under ride tickets. Because that's just how it's categorized for some reason. I mean, I guess it's not really shop sales. So I guess the bathroom is closer to counting as a ride in an amusement park than an item you buy at a shop. But it is very strange to think about. You do queue for them. Like, show up, you queue, you do the thing, you leave. I guess bathrooms are basically a roller coaster. But I guess they are a less deadly roller coaster. Because these coasters are a lot more likely to end up crashing into something. Well, I think if I had them try and donate blood while at a park like this, wouldn't that make it more likely for people to, like, get dizzy than potentially sick? So maybe you think I should do that on the way out. Like maybe when they buy their tickets, they basically sign a waiver that when they leave, they're gonna donate blood on the way out. And I get to sell the blood, obviously. I guess that's why they don't have to actually pay to enter the park. They pay in blood? It also explain why people are so eager to just spend years in this park and never leave. Because maybe they don't want to leave for some reason. Totally just worried about traffic. Not worried about the vampires at the exit gate. Yep. I'm still surprised that the park is doing so well all of a sudden. I'd say it was mainly those 3 coasters I built. So, like, I think that one was first. So that's, one where the ride vehicles also spin. I think this one was second. Because I've just had a fair amount of experience building that one. And then I built the wooden coaster, which I've also had a fair amount of experience designing, well, in RollerCoaster Tycoon 1 and 2. Not IRL. But, yeah. They're just reliable ones to build. Pretty much know what to expect. Thank you for the 3 stream. You also sound like you're on a coaster. I don't think you're supposed to watch Twitch while on a roller coaster. I'm still trying to figure out what's gonna go wrong in like the last second, but it's kind of running out of time for stuff to go horribly wrong. I could just block off the exit if something were to necessitate drastic measures. I think it'll be fine. And they're all gonna buy their umbrellas in a second. I don't think I'll manage to get the loan down to 0, but it's not really part of the scenario. And the company value is positive, so... like, at least in the high score list thing, it won't be a negative number. Because it doesn't really matter if there is a loan, as long as the company value, which is park value minus the loan, as long as the company value is positive. I can't really tell. Unless you, like, load up the save details. I mean, the rain isn't really making that big of a difference, but I also don't have that many locations for them to buy the umbrellas. It still works for the most part. Yep, it worked out. So, it did indeed have at least 1,500 guests in the park at the end of October of year 4. And park rating was closer to 1,000 than to 600, which I'd say was pretty good. So yes, it did it. Again. So I'll save and there, add my name to the high school chart thing. I think that leaves 2 more parks in this difficulty level. Yes, so Electric Fields would be the one for next time, and then Factory Capers. So, Electric Fields, a small farm challenges to build a small theme park amongst the fields and farm buildings. So, it feels like a similar overall theme. At least 700 guests at the end of October, year 2. Alright. And then Abandoned Factory Complex. At least 1,100 guests at the end of year 3. So, very similar goals for those scenarios, but it'll still very much depend on the other characteristics of the different scenarios, because like whether I can charge at the entrance, like whether like there's differences. Like if you already start out with a giant loan, if the amount of money you can take out as a loan is very limited, so there's definitely a lot that could make a scenario a lot more difficult, even if it's in the same general difficulty level and similar scenario goals. Anyway, I'll be closing game there. And let's see who we're going to rate. Because that's a thing. Rating people. I guess I haven't been able to rate Tom in some time. So we could see what he's up to. Escape from Bug Island? I don't think I've heard of that one, but that works. You don't want any more roller coasters and no more tycoons? Well, I guess Bug Island is unlikely to have any of those, so should be fine. Anyhow, in chat are my social links, so Mastodon and Blue Sky are where I post my weekly stream schedules, and YouTube is where you can see all of my previous RollerCoaster Tycoon 1 and RollerCoaster Tycoon 2 streams. And yeah, I have not played open RollerCoaster Tycoon, so yes, just the original stuff, well, with expansions, but yeah. Anyhow, thanks for watching, and I will see you guys tomorrow with more Hitman 2. Yes, and Thursday is going to be more commandos behind enemy lines. Yes. Anyhow, see you guys tomorrow. Bye.